Good morning. I think it is 8 o'clock Central Standard Time, the 30th of March, 26. Wow. Market has been just kind of going crazy here over the weekend. I want to check and make sure the stream is streaming. Let's check. Yeah, seems like so. Well, good. All right, welcome to Risk Neutral Trading. This is my virtual trading journal. I trade the futures, primarily the ES, mini or micro. Used to trade crude and NASDAQ, but we're focused over here right now. The purpose of the stream is, as I said, my virtual trading journal. I don't multitask well, so for me to, and I believe journaling is important. So for me to be, keeping a journal up throughout the trading day with screen snaps and typing and all that stuff is, doesn't work out so well. I find that this method works very well. Everything that I'm watching on my screens here, both IRT or Bookmap, is captured one screen at a time. I don't do both screens because these are 32-inch 4K monitors, and if I captured both of them at once, I think it would be really hard I think that it would be really hard to see in YouTube, but I might try that one of these days. And then my voiceover here, or my narration, provides insight as to what I was thinking at the moment, so I can focus on trading and watching what's happening here, watching the market, and accomplish everything at the same time. It's amazing, isn't it? Now, I'm not licensed to provide, nor do I intend to provide trade or financial advice, but I trade live here on Bookmap, my own personal AMP futures trading account funded by me. So any trade that is executed on Bookmap or anticipated, and I narrate, anticipating and what I'm looking for as far as setup and trigger and execute, and then trade management, that's all live. And forward testing or back testing, which I do on IRT, is done in the IRT simulated environment because I'm not confident enough in my coding skills here to take the next step from back testing to live trades algorithmically with IRT. I'll explain all about that later, but anyway. So just to be clear, anything that I would trade or that appears here on the chart after we put up the system would be in the IRT simulated environment, or that I would do over here. This is something I built over the weekend just to kind of test out some stuff. If I took a trade over here, this is in that trading simulator in IRT, sim trading. So I want to be real clear about that, because it's very important to me to be completely transparent and fully accountable in this stream. Now, you'll notice that rather than just the monitor or the application, I stream the entire monitor so you can see any program that I might have open. Some people, I understand, use a couple of instances of things, and then they'll trade one off against the other. I don't know why anybody would do that, but there you go. Including the computer clock, hours, minutes, seconds, and the date, and trade. You can tie that back to Bookmap or IRT. So that's where we are. Let's look at I think that's there's a disclaimer in the description here, so please read that. That's the legal thing that you've got to do. Let's mosey back to the numbers here. Now, this morning, well, before we do that, let's explain my news sources. This is investing.com. I also use Financial Juice. Both are free versions. You can pay if you want, and I'm sure they'd be happy about that. You can filter for wherever you are, whatever reports you're concerned with, etc. But I try to keep any resources I use here free and available to anyone that's, any of the members of the stream. I can't do anything about Bookmap or IRT. You have to pay for those. That's all I can do. So I keep these free, and these ads don't really bother me at all, to be honest with you. Now, investing.com focuses on typical, normal, what we all would expect to be economic calendar events. You notice that there is only one major 3-star event today, and that's Fed Chair Powell speaking at 9:30. That's good. That's out of no place. That's was scheduled. That's not part of the typical calendar that I'm aware of, and so that could be quite important. This is a 3-star, but this is China manufacturing PMI. So, and again, you can filter this out for whatever countries you want, whatever reports you want. If you're in Kuala Lumpur and you want to track the Nikkei, knock yourself out. It's real easy. Also, you notice that the event title changes to a URL when you hover over it. If you click that, let's try that. There you go. This is what it's all about. He's going to say this, and who puts it out and when, and the importance and those things. Tell you all about it. Now, this week is a shortened week. Friday is Good Friday, the Easter holiday. And what they're going to do with non-farm payroll is a big question for me. So let's look at that. This is one of the things I really like about it. Let's look at Wednesday or Thursday. I'm thinking Thursday is going to be non-farm. Yeah. Thursday will be non-farm pay. No, this is Friday at 7:30. That's a market holiday. And quite frankly, my understanding, I'll have to go back and do this, but obviously for 30-something years, non-farm payroll has been released the first Friday of every month at 7:30 in the morning, unless there was various holiday conflicting. Why this is still scheduled for here, I don't know. This is very definitely Good Friday and everything's closed. So I'm as confused as usual. Also, there's earnings available over here. Now, the other news source I use is Financial Juice. And I do that for a couple of reasons. First, there's a holiday, or there's a calendar or docket here that's pretty much the same. You can't search these or whatever else. And there's more of a live Squawk Box over here. The reason that I have been pretty appreciative and tracked Financial Juice was until just the last couple of days of last week, they would pull non-typical financial events in here that we all understand now has a potential to disrupt the market, or the auction, a press conference or a cabinet meeting or something like that. They didn't do that the last 2 days of last week, and I was pretty disappointed about that. So we'll see what happens now. But this is where you are, and again, it's free. So there's that. Now let's get on to something a little bit more pleasing, which is the pre-market. So we spent most of the night until about 8:30, gap down. Here's our close yesterday. Here was the open. All negative short inventory until here. And then now this, and then Trump comes out with another one of his early morning tweets about how wonderful the war is going. They are right here. And you see the results. It's kind of getting to that, Chicken Little kind of deal here pretty quick. I don't know how much longer people are going to keep buying into it, but anyway, here we are. So now value is, there's no real value on Friday because it was a more of a range or a trend day. And here's our overnight. So what am I expecting? Well, I expect now that inventory is substantially long based on these recent stuff. And now this has got nothing to do with Trump's tweet, huh? This is London getting all excited here. Well, actually, even before London. Why? I don't know. I have no idea other than just short covering from Friday or taking, some profit on Friday. And then this was the tweet. So my guess is going to be that we're going to open, and I would expect a bit of responsive selling to take some profit on this overnight stuff. Look for liquidity below the Asia. And then who the hell knows, frankly. This market has been so crazy. I really couldn't tell you what I'm expecting the market to do. And that's a really disappointing position to be in, as you might imagine. So there we go. Now, this is IRT, investor RT. And first thing, let me point out, each chart has the chart name, which is meaningless to anybody but me, but it has the instrument, the chart type, the periodicity, and the session. So that you can, at a glance, tell exactly what you're looking at. This is the micro ES, micro NQ, micro ES higher time frame, micro composite chart, and this is the mini ES market profile. I don't switch the market profile back and forth. There's also the same configuration here in the minis, but since I'm trading micros at the moment, we're going to watch this. Now, this is a Renko chart. Renko ES or NQ, and this is the higher time frame or the micro composite chart. Guess everything's working okay. Yeah, looks like it. Cool. Again, the micro ES daily chart, day session, RTH only. So what is this really? Well, these are just daily candles. Every candle represents a day, an RTH day, regular trading session day. Wherever price overlaps, I draw a volume profile around them. That generates a high and low, of course, the volume micro composite volume POC. And then these high and low volume nodes are these red and green lines down here that represent these values of the high and low volume nodes in the most current volume profile. There's no volume profile here or here because they didn't overlap. Gap down. This just barely closed the gap by a tick, but in my opinion, no thanks. And this may be wrong. You may not think this is the right way to do it, and that's completely up to you. But this is what I do, and I'm going to keep it consistent. May not be right, may not be wrong, but it's consistent. Thursday, Friday. Now, we were, this little nub right over here is where we're trading now. We were down here, gap down most of the night until about 8:30 or 10, and then we came back up into range. So we'll see what happens. The session prices here are also pushed automatically to Bookmap. Bookmap. Again, this is where I execute. The columns from right to left are the DOM, the order book, the price ladder, whatever you want to call it. Prices, resting liquidity. These are not transacted orders or or concluded. These are resting liquidity, i.e. limit orders. To sell, to buy. The micro composite column, which we just talked about, the micro composite chart, where I manually enter the naked volume points of control and the gap high, gap low, and those kind of things. And here is the volume nodes, which are pushed automatically from IRT to Bookmap. Now, there's none over here right now because we're trading down here, and here's the last volume profile. So these red and green lines are going to be up here above us somewhere until we get overlapping prices. That's my way of doing it. This is the full session volume profile, which started plotting last night at 1700. We'll continue through 1600 today. This is not the ETH, it's the Globex of the full session. This is the RTH volume profile in Delta, which will reset at 8:30 this morning. And this is my statistics column, which is important to me, and this where we're going to determine this expected statistics or probabilities today and enter those values. This is the session prices pushed automatically from Bookmap, or to Bookmap, excuse me. And this is the Bookmap heat map chart. Notice there's no indicator on my Bookmap or IRT. There's only a few lines, and they're all price, data, probabilities. POC, full session, and RTH. POC is nothing more complicated than the price at which the most contracts have traded so far in the session. So far, we've traded about 36.10 in the overnight. The minute one of these other prices is 36.11, this thing's going to move there. Simple as that. This is the VWAP for Globex and RTH. The mid for the RTH. That's about it. And then we have, let's see if I've got that turned off or on. Turn that back on. Okay. Then we have the, these lines are driven by the same data as these price levels. Okay. A price that sometimes confuses are the initial balance high and low because of the naming. It's from the market profile days for initial balance, which who the hell decided that? All these two levels actually represent are the high and low of the first 1 hour of the RTH trading session, nothing more. Now, let's look at the statistics here. And the first thing I do is change the statistic column title to the current statistical open type that I expect for the day. And how do I do that? Well, it's real easy. There's only two criteria. If we opened right here, right now, how would that compare to the previous RTH close? There it is. So it's higher. How would it compare to the previous RTH range? Well, it's higher and it's within range. There's the high and there's the low. So this is going to be now higher in range. And the reason I changed the, change that title is so that I can, when I look at the column, I know right away what the open type was, and it tells me a lot about the data. Now, the next thing we're going to do is clear all these values from Friday because they're not applicable anymore. And then we'll go look at the statistics study and get the new ones for today. And right now, I guess we can do that quickly before I have to do something else here. Oh, wait a second. Is this open? Yeah, okay, good. So here's the statistics study. All right, now we were open lower out of range on Friday. We've just figured out it's going to be higher in range today, likely. How does that work? Now, IRT will highlight the correct column after we open at 8:30, but we're doing this now in advance. So the system looks back at the most recent 706 trading days. Of these trading days, we opened higher in range, 526 of them. Simple. I got to keep things simple for me. The overnight volume point of control of the 526 days where we opened higher in range, price revisited the overnight volume point of control 424 times, or 80.6%. So we go over here and we go overnight volume point of control. 80.6. You ready? Drum roll. Boom, 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 boom. There you go. That's how tough it is. And that's all there is to this. Like I said, simple, eh? Next is the overnight mid for 74.7, and the overnight high, same thing, 74.7. So, overnight mid, 74.7. Overnight high, 74.7. Now, this should tell you something right now. There's several levels in the meantime here. If we're going to get up here at 74.7 and come across one of these other levels that may likely have a higher probability, let's look at, let's see if we do have one. Let's look at the IB low. Where did it go? IB high, IB low is 60.5, okay? 60.5, well. Now, this is a perfect illustration that these are just probabilities. If we're going to get to 74.7, we're sure as hell going to get across 60.5 first, isn't it? And the reason I put those initials there is because the second we open, this flag is going to drop or go wherever. It's going to migrate below price, and the IB high is going to come down above it. So this flag won't be here anymore. Okay, and now I've got to do something that I do every day, and we'll get back to the statistics in a minute, but got to do the the TLab snap, which is something I do every day. Excuse me. And let me just do this because this is why I don't. This is why I don't, or why I do the stream and don't try to journal the other way. Remember what I said about so there's that. And now the TLab is a bookmap Discord chat room started by a guy named Tom B. And every day at around 6, I drop in the reports, and at about 8:20, I put this post so that anybody in there can have access to as many of these numbers as they need. I used to be quite active in the TLab until I started focusing on my trading in the journal rather than yucking it up in a Discord room. And that's actually the leader of the TLab, or the whatever you call him, is called Tom B. And he has been trading a long time, 46 years, he said. He started in about 80. I believe he's successful, and I believe he pretty much does what he says he's doing. He doesn't call trades, nor does he trade live. So I have no, to be honest, I have no evidence or proof that he does what he says, but I believe that that's the case. And he has good philosophies about trading, which I think can be very helpful. I sort of feel a sense of respect and gratitude, so I do these posts every day. And there you go. Now, let's get back to what we were doing here, which are the statistics, eh? Okay. What do we got going on now? Previous high and lows. Overnight high, we got in there, 74.7. Where's the overnight low? Overnight low is 42.2. Okay, that's 42.2. The previous POC is 67.5. Let's see if that works out right. It's RTH POC, of course. IB low, we already got 60.5. Previous high is 58.7. What else? What else? What else? Previous low is 35. Now that's right there. Now here's another example of here's the overnight point of control, and here's the previous low, and how the hell are we going to get to 80.6 without going through 30.5, right? So, and previous close, that's always a good one. That's 69.8. Now, that's a perfect example of the fact that these are probabilities, not hard, fast targets or lines in the sand. So there you go. Now, let's shut this thing off, because it's a sucking up resource, sucking up son of a gun. Okay. The next thing I suppose you would consider to be important would be able to trade with Bookmap today. So the way you can do that is you have to activate the trade control panel with this button. Hey, Antonio, buen dia. Tudo bem? Crazy reigns supreme still. Another Trump bump this morning early. So you need to activate the trade control panel with that button and select a method you will use to interact with the application to trade with your mouse. If you choose chart, the only place you can trade with your mouse is the active data column here. If you choose dome, the only place are the dome columns. And if you choose both is, yeah, you got it, both of them. Now, it's important for me to do the next step, which is, first of all, make sure that the, where did it go? Statistics is on the right place, and it is. And select multi-brackets, which is where the risk-neutral methodology is applied to my trading. The smallest risk-neutral package you can use is a 2-lot because it needs to be even. 2-lot. Then you need to select the stop size for the entire package, and now is not the time to be figuring that out. You should have done it long ago. Based on my suggestion, your account risk parameters, the volatility of the instrument you're trading, etc. But let's pretend that this is what you've selected. So the first risk neutral target, or T1, is automatic. It's for half of the package, and it is for the same number of ticks positively as the stop is negative. And then there's a runner, and you can have many varieties of this idea as you can imagine. I don't use, but there are some other good tools I'm not using now, like Execution Pro here, where you can do all kinds of trailing stops and, rotate to break even or whatever else you want to do. I'm going to leave those off for now. Remember that today is Fun Day Monday, School Run Monday. So I'm going to be out of here at 9 o'clock for the school run, which lasts about an hour. I am, in that case, going to turn off the trade control panel because I don't want, Lucky, one of our cats thinks it's real funny to come in here and dance around on my keyboard when I'm gone. And his trading success has not been that great. Panda's good at it, but Lucky's not so good. So there we go. You know how to set up the trade control panel. Oh, one thing I should do here, which I didn't, and I apologize. Notice that there's the trading metrics here, any kind of trade metrics, and I've reproduced them across the top. You can turn these off or on or in any combination you want. I know that this is the correct package, and I don't need any of these other trade control panel tools anymore. Oh, and we've just opened, and there we go. But the delta didn't reset. That's pretty freaking weird. Huh. Why that reset again, I don't know. Anyway, you can hit the button again. It stays open. You get the real estate back on your screen, and you've got cancel and close. Now, I got to figure out, okay, now Delta did now reset. So I'm going to try to figure out what in the Sam Hill that's all about. I'll be right back. I think I've just figured out the story around the thanks, Harry. Around the non-farm payroll on Friday. Okay. Friday is Good Friday, public holiday. However, the market will open for the ETH Thursday night at 1700 and closes at 0830 Friday morning. So I guess this new people at the Bureau of Labor Statistics have decided that they're going to put the non-farm payroll out at 7:30 in the morning, and then the market will close in 1 hour. Typically, they used to put it out a day in advance, etc. So we'll see what we will see. Crazy. Now I've got to get my. I just happened to think of that. I'll bet that's what's going on. I will bet exactly that that's what's going on. And in all fairness, I am not infinitely familiar with that rule. So maybe that's something they've always done, but I'm pretty sure not, because I remember very distinctly that used to be if there was a holiday, they didn't come back and, it would be the day before typically. But I guess they may be a little sensitive to that now. I don't know. So what do we have? We have a migrated VPOC. Isn't that cute? We have the the IB high and the IB low. They're right where they belong. That's pretty snazzy. Previous RTH high has gotten a little bit scoochy wobble over here. There's all kinds of crazy nonsense going on. These are 5 points. Ooh, no wonder. And Blue Boy, that lazy son of a gun, is not on the job yet. We're going to have to fire that guy. Good enough. Obviously, that's nothing more than just a vertical line, but I put it on the first print of each session. Be real careful about this column over here. And I'm just crazy enough to want to try to have it be more accurate than that. First print of each section of each session, so that I can glance left, and if I see Blue Boy, I know that I have the entire session in view for context, and we're selling off hard. What a surprise, you know. This was, oh boy, the war's ending. I've done a miraculous job, and now, oh yeah, that's what you said last week. So weird. Harry has just posted something which looks to me like it came from Financial Juice. Let's see if it did. No. Not my Financial Juice. My Financial Juice has Fed Powell Speaks, and what I was saying about those random potential risk events which aren't normal. Harry's got up here that at 9:15, Trump participates in a photo op, and you can bet your bottom dollar that will not go without comments. So I don't know where he got that from, but it is not my Financial Juice anyway. Let's see something here. Oh, there you go. See that? By refreshing Financial Juice, here we have the Trump deal. Wow, that sucks. Man. And here we have the Trump dump coming off here. Well, there you go. Okay, so that makes sense. I mean, at least that's good. We're into this low volume node up here. Let's see what happens if we get through this. This is, now remember that I've changed this to the RTH session only. This is, yes, Friday. Big, nobody's home over here. No, let's not worry about this. Let's trade down here and let's see what happens when we get in there. Here's the market profile. Here's where we are, you know, take your pick, however you want to look at this stuff. And I've done some crazy stuff over the weekend here we can talk about in a little minute. I got to get ready to go. That's going to require pants and all that big boy stuff here. I bumped into a guy, just quickly, I'll throw this out here for you. I bumped into some stuff last night or over the weekend. So here we have Asia, high and low, London, high and low, and RTH or the the RTH session, high and low. Now this is the full session, right? So it's essentially ETH, and then there is a opening range for this ETH or RTH session up here. I have no idea whether this can work. And another thing that was interesting this person was doing, this volume profile is a weekly. This is the weekly from last week, so it's going to start here, and this volume profile will keep building as the week progresses. It was an interesting spin. I also threw the dome on the side over here because I want to start doing some, I want to test out if the strategy works again in the simulator and actively trading on IRT. So, yeah, I thought that was kind of interesting. Who knows why? I'm easily entertained. What can I tell you? And of course, it's a dump. All of that, you know, I'm great. I guess maybe the traders just use that as those kind of things as a precipitant. You know what I mean? It's like, I mean, unless you're a mongoloid, I guess you don't believe that crap. So I don't know what to say. But here we go, mulberry bush through that small volume. We're on the right one. We're on the right one. Okay. Clinton. Oh, I know what I didn't do yet. I didn't do something I need to do for the. Now I'm going to need to put the opening range or the initial balance trade system on here. I don't even have the IB or the opening range thing even on here. I didn't bother. And there's must be lags. Oh yes, plenty of them. This is the opening range initial balance. I'm sorry. Trade. Ooh. Trade setup. System. And I'm just trying to get it up and happening here. And I'm going to push this system to this chart. It will have nothing to do, the chart has nothing to do with the system apart from these lines and levels, which are just custom indicators I built, accurately represent the location of the rules on the system. So come on, man. Let's do this a little bit here. I'm going to send this to the chart. It's going to get its knickers in a knot and apply. Now, if while I'm gone after 9:30, remember the initial balance definition. And this is today. This is nothing to do with anything. This is today. These levels and zones will start to push on today's profile at 9:30, and they will also push across to Bookmap, which you'll see they have gone away over here now. Okay, so that's happening. I'm not looking at the opening range crap because I changed everything around on this chart, and I'd have to go back to the RTH session and what. I'm not sure what in the hell that line's for. I guess it's tracking the bottoms, but it doesn't seem like it's doing a very good job, does it? Oh, I guess so. There was a high and low, and now it's down here. Let's see what happens after a while. This is just something I thought was interesting. Interesting idea to look at the market like that. And this is a 5-minute chart, by the way. Okay. Oh, I think I was looking at the wrong stuff. This is that chart. I probably just did a whole bunch of stupid stuff nobody saw. This is the initial balance trading system. It's now pushed over here. There you go. Yeah, I'm preoccupied with, it's only 8:45. Okay. Bookmap. Welcome to Risk Neutral Trading, by the way. Thanks for coming by. Appreciate it very much. Like, subscribe, and, drop something in the chat. Hey, Anton. Good morning. It's about 21C over here, boys. Somebody's trading something already. Somebody's already taken a stop. Wow. A little bit early for me. A lot of craziness going on. Hey, Richard. Morning. 21C here. How's things in England? I had no King's Day on, I think it was Friday or Saturday. Millions of people in all the major cities out. It was apparently quite a big deal. And of course, we had a big bump this morning at 6:30-ish or something like that on Trump was going to solve all the world's problems, and for some reason they keep buying it. I mean, this came out at 6:29. All these things here on this Truth Social or wherever else, and market bumped up about 70 points. I guess that's the new thing to do. I haven't seen any reports about how many contracts got traded ahead of that one, but we'll see. They got it through that low able area and coming up on the value area low. Now we'll see what happens if they get into this lower distribution over here. All night until about, I don't know, 8 or 10, we were lower out of range. And then it picked up and kaboom, And then the Trump bump, and so what are you going to do? But it looks like they're pretty intent on selling it off now, doesn't it? So if I'm, every time I look back at this rearview mirror, I got to figure out a way to get paid on the rearview mirror story, because this VPOC migration, look at this beauty today, huh? Until here. Now you got hammered. Maybe that's it. Maybe it's a third time as a pain in the butt instead of a charm. I don't know. Got a bunch of stuff going on down here. I'm not sure what it is. They're all stacked up, whatever it is. That's pretty weird. Developing value area low, IB low, and whatever that is. But IRT now, they're getting their shit together. There we go. Okay. I guess it's Lag City over here. I'm gonna reboot IRT to try to help out anybody that's doing this session prices. And look at us go. Oh yeah. Oh well, wait a minute. Maybe it's not peace. We're not gonna attack them. We're gonna have a great solution, but the I don't know, somebody's announcing we've got all these people massed over there staging up, and we expect weeks of boots on the ground fighting. What, I mean, pretty amazing. Trump participates in a photo op at 9:15. Be really careful of that. And Fed Chair Powell is speaking at 9:30. So this is a photo op and a microphone moment. And then we've got Fed, and this is a random out of no place Fed chair. So what Powell's got up his sleeve is going to be pretty interesting to hear, I suppose. Just guessing. I'm going to fire up IRT again and see if we got loose from the lags. Oh, man. And let's see. Straight down. Boom, 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 boom. Like I said, all night we were, well, till I went to bed anyway, we were short. We were gap down. Now we'll see what's going to happen. On Bookmap, this is 1 point high, and Blue Boy's on the job. Oh, and this freaking, I am so irritated with this. It will not update. Go figure. I'm tired of complaining about it. There you go. To hell with it. I'll just do that every day and call it square. The two of those worked perfectly for literally years. I think that the Globex is still working great from a year and a half ago or something like that. Automatically starts when it's supposed to. All of a sudden, after daylight savings, this RTH VWAP refuses to set automatically on the session start every morning. I have no idea. Neither does Bookmap, which is doesn't make me exactly warm and fuzzy. So here's a bunch of, you see all the naked volume points of control down here and above us. And no lag, so I'm going to keep my mouth shut about that one. There's no taper on the bottom of this profile, so I'm assuming that this is going to continue to sell down at least to the balance. Because that's not a complete auction, in my opinion. I did something over the weekend that might be interesting. Oh, well, there you go. Well, there we are. Yeah, it's $390 or something over here at Costco this weekend, Texas. I did something over the weekend, which is kind of interesting. This is a Noonan, something I was curious about. First of all, let me shut off a bunch of this bullshit. Boom. 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 So this is a weekly market volume profile. Session highs for Asia, London, high and low, London, and now RTH session, and a market and then an opening range idea here at the open on the this one, and the dome is just flapping around. One of the things I discovered, because I've never really used a dome in IRT much, but if you try to sync the dome to the price levels, it's ridiculous, because it'll sync to this. It's basically 10 handles across here, so this thing is just a mess. You can't even see it. But anyway, so there's the high, here's the low, trugging down here, and this is the opening range. So if anybody did something with the opening range, this is nothing. Some guy was talking about the fact that he did these, and I thought, well, that's a pretty interesting idea to look at these highs and lows. And I've got the opening range trade on the Dealy Wapper here. And I'm going to go step away now and get the car fired up and the kid in the car and all that stuff. Be careful at 9:15. Trump's, within microphone shot. And then 9:30 is going to be Powell. So good luck. Good luck. Put on some disco for you guys. Disco music. Maybe not. Okay. So 930 Powell, 915 Trump. And this just came up. So not sure, you know, whether he's just trying to get ahead of saying a bunch of bad things about a bunch of nasty crap about Powell. I don't know. Who knows? And I'll leave this back on Bookmap. I've got the trade control panel off so we don't get any financial input by the cats. And I'm gonna I'll be back in about an hour, boys. Thanks a lot. Well, they're not holding with this concept of everything is great over here. Doesn't look like. What the hell? Keep your eye on the volumes, average volume and the ATRs. Well, we've got an IB of 413, 71, 60 handles so far. Okay, I'm gonna have to get going now. We got 9 o'clock. Good luck. I'll be back in about an hour. Hey, Panda. What's up, baby? All right, here I am, back in the saddle again. Let's see. So the war's over. It's not over. It's back over again. What? Jesus. What did Brother Powell have to say? Let's check the news here. I'm guessing it wasn't the fact that he's gonna. Oh, he's talking about the private credit crisis, I guess, in case anybody's. 63.95. Okay, thanks, man. I was just looking at the gas prices here when I drove Tam up there. It says 330, about say roughly average 340 for regular. And I saw one station that had diesel advertising at 490. So that was, I guess that's what it is down here. And very optimistic about medium and long term. What? Going right now? Okay. I don't see anything about Trump. What did he have to say? Anything? Oh, good. I guess not. Oh, wait. 9:15. I don't see any Trump stuff. Cool. See what photo op he had to go to, but anyway. There you go. All right, back in the saddle here now. $64.05. Well, there was. Did we ever get down there? What was this crap here? This must have been Powell, I guess. Hi, Panda. All right, let's see what this has to say. That doesn't look right. Well, we got a B-shaped profile here and basically just a lot of flip-flopping going on around this range, eh? Hey, Panda, what's up? Well, let's see here. This looks like a chop fest to me. Going on elsewhere. Well, we still don't have an initial balance. Can that be right? Neither of the IBs have been tagged out yet? I'll be damned. So no initial balance signals yet. I don't see all these big block trades at 95. That must have been in the ETH, or maybe it's maybe there's a difference between. Maybe there's a difference here. I don't think so. No. I was thinking there might be a difference between between micros and minis, but look about the same. So we'll see what happens here. Keep plugging along. What's this new thing all about there? What's it doing? Well, of course, perusing the rear view mirror, any one of these opening range things here would have been lovely. And this is that famous Asia high and low, England or London. And the London high and low have not been taken out yet on either side, nor has the liquidity been taken out of Asia. If I understand the concept here. I'm pretty surprised about this. Okay, so let's see now. I need to get back over here and activate the trade control panel. Put both. I think I'll just put dome at this point. That way I don't accidentally be trying to describe something to somebody and have a trade on I don't want. This column is real dangerous, by the way, for me, because if I'm trying to move this, the price ladder up or down here to adjust these spread, accidentally get right over here, there's an order there, whether I meant to be or not. Or, trying to point something out on this side And that's obviously the voice of that's the voice of experience talking. I think that trading with your mouse and bookmap is faster and more accurate here in this column, but also much more dangerous. So if I want to get in fast and I have the focus of the operating system on bookmap, I can hotkey in with the keyboard at this point. Hmm. Yeah, okay, that's what I figured. Okay. Is that ahead of the Trump bump? like the other day? Wow. So what do we have going on now? Let's just see here. Obviously, if you took the opening swing and mean reverted short, you're a genius, wizard, rich, and all those kind of things. What is that? Say 70s to 17. No. Yeah, just about 60 handles. That's pretty snazzy. Pretty cool. Well, so here is mean reversion short off the previous value area high and got a runner on. So the story goes, now what does any of that mean? Let's just see here. Previous value area high. That's real low. So where the hell? Even see it. Well, maybe he's one of the wizards that got short up here. This looks to me like a big batch of retail soup we got going on now. The move apparently was off the open. And whatever this, I guess it was a Powell thing here. Oh, man, my eyes are falling out of my head. Let me see here now. What the hell happened to MR? I guess he left. I don't see what he's got going on here. Well, all kinds of stuff's going on here. I'm not sure what. Hi, lucky boy. You gonna get up and make sure Dad's clothes have hair all over them in the closet? Good boy. Yeah, there you go. What was I doing now? Something. Oh, yeah. Wait a minute. Is this thing not... Subscribed. Huh. Oh, he was, Powell was speaking at Harvard, apparently. Well, will this be another V reversal idea? Squeeze and opportunity for mean reversion? It was pretty snazzy the last time around. The hell was this? .5, huh? Excuse me. Heavy high, previous close. Heavy low, previous high. Makes no sense. $67.5. High be high. Not this. Oh, wait a second. Yeah. Previous POC. Okay. I gotta start if I'm gonna continue to put this statistic on, I've got to put the tag on them like I do the IBs, because obviously the POC, the RTH POC isn't here anymore. But fortunately I had the flag over here, so it's been revisited, but I'll have to remember to do that going forward. Never mind. Mom went in the back and you think it might. Me too. You let me know if that's what she's gonna do and we'll both go get in there. These cats are hooked to my wife like on some invisible string. No matter wherever she walks, the two of them, you can bet, will come trailing along behind her in the not too distant future. especially lucky. I think they've got some sort of psychic connection. Seriously, not joking. Now these ranges are deceitful, kind of. I mean, this pop here is about damn near 10 handles, right? So that's one thing about Bookmap that slows me down. Right up here to this nothingness in the previous RTH low, for whatever it might mean, I don't know. Added and scaled the 49s, Harry says. I don't know which direction he's trading, actually, to be honest with you. I'm assuming it's from the top down because he's talking about mean reversion, so. So that's good. This doesn't look like a very I mean, I'm out of the swing, right? So I'm getting back into the rhythm, but it looks like a big cluster to me. Tight consolidation with the sporadic moves one way or the other. And I guess I don't know why they're doing that. I can understand this move here on Powell. I don't know what the hell this is for. Rob out, or maybe just trading, you know, maybe just the auction. I always am suspicious there's more to it than I know. Why are they doing this? What's so intriguing about these areas right here? I wonder. I don't wonder enough to go to put on a short, but you know, I do wonder. No IB even remotely yet. That's interesting as hell. And I don't know what this thing's all about. Well, we still haven't touched that's not any good. I just realized something here. So this is Asia, high and low. London, but this is not correct. It's just picking up the low off of Asia. I gotta fix that. Something's not right there. This is correct for RTH. What did I do wrong over here now? This is not true. This is what's screwing me up right here. Oh well, figure this out later. I don't know that this is even meaningful, but it kind of sounded reasonable to me when the guy was talking about, you know, they're taking out liquidity at these highs and lows and then moving past it. Well, that sort of seems to make sense. And this is a 1 week volume profile. Volume profile. Now this is the first day of the week, right? And it'll continue going. There's last week. This consolidation looks it seems like it's kind of a quiet. Let's check the volume. My feeling is low. Well, not so low, but still only 76%. And this is average over 20-day look back. The ATR is down around 3 3/4. Seems like it's a slow market to me. Obviously not over here, but this seems pretty slow. Yeah. Okay. Oh, look at the big pop we've got going on here. Wow. Okay. Is this a short here at the double tops? Which isn't really, and why? Oh yeah. 1 point high, that's okay. This is not any kind of a thing for me. Any of the opening stuff I've been working on, or the this is a gunslinger. I guess maybe I got to come up with a strategy called gunslinger, and just, you know, whenever I want to just go crazy and start hitting the buttons. $540, $458, $48. Cool, yeah, that's the way to do it. So this took out London liquidity on the low side. Whatever that means. And I guess the theory means that if they take out that liquidity, then it's going to start building higher. It seems to me what they're doing. So maybe that's not such a bad philosophy after all. And these are, I think, these are supposed to be 4-hour fractals. I'm not sure that I have that exactly right, but I'm going to mess with it later tonight. I just did them by setting up the number of bars. This fractal thing that I have on IRT here, you can't put a time on it. It can only be bars. So, wherever that went. Instead of, you know, the bar count's 47, it's supposed to be 48. I don't know why it's not, but anyway. The theory being it's, you want to trade in the direction of context, right? So that it's higher. What the hell is this? I have more lines floating around here than I know what to do with. I'll have to see what this is all about later. Now I think if I wanted to, I could be trading over here. With that. I think I could be trading over here and it would be all in Zim, but I'm a little bit afraid to just start getting at it. And I think I got this one doing something wrong. Maybe. Maybe not. Anyway. Oh well. Back to the drawing board. Now, oh well, this would have been a great short, mean reversion short, I guess, eh? I'm busy looking at stupidness, and I should be paying attention over here. So there's, you know, there's 2 targets right there. Stop looking at that stupid IRT stuff I was playing with this weekend. And Well, this is irritating. Be focusing on the trading part of life, which is over here. That's really bad news. And this would just be basically gunslinging, because something about it. How do you know that that's the top? Because it was close over here, but it really wasn't, because we had this up here. You know what I mean? On the hard right edge, it's a completely different thing than when you're rearview mirroring it, which is the so easy. So easy to do. Who you gonna screw? Look at their boo-boo. Yeah, I'm agreeing with you, Anton. This is just yeah, me too. Everything everywhere is in the toilet except for the ES, which has got some kind of a, you know, based on some trumpery in the wee hours again. And all night when I woke up, we'd been trading. You know, when I came in, we were trading down here, and then for some reason we were trading gap down. And now for, you know, we're going to have a great war, and you know, Jesus, who knows? It's pretty crazy. I wish that I were on some of these shorts, however. I'm getting to the point, and I have just not quite figured it out yet. I actually did some trading with replays of Bookmap. You know any way to identify the opening swings? I mean, you know, just I'm at the point where I'm thinking, well, if we get up and then a test, just short the damn thing. If you're into an asymmetrical trade location somewhere, just throw one on and see what the hell happens. I mean, that's kind of it. Now we've got double tops here. Not really, because there was this pop up here of 75 contracts. Now this would have very well been a V reversal, and it worked out stellar. I'm not sure what's going to go on over here, but, and of course this is all rear view mirror. Got to be real definite about that. Not suggesting that I figured all this out. Of course, that's the advantage of this stream being completely transparent and accountable. There's no trades taken off the stream. Any trade is going to be right here. So, yeah. There you are. So there's a 97.3 probability that we will take the initial balance high or low today, meaning then that there's a 2.7% probability that we will take neither one. And that's important to realize, because that we've done that twice in recent memory. If it isn't 100%, it's not a slam dunk. As far as mean reversions, though, these pops have been working out, huh? Pretty much. And a mute mic too. I need to disappointing. These mean reversions have been great, but it's nothing I have. I mean, that I can see. Well, okay, yeah, that was one nice sell-off, a nice mean reversion. I don't know how to call them or program them or whatever else. Maybe I'm going to have to relax my commitment to only trade vetted setups, because my limiting factor is coding the strategy so that I can vet it. That's the problem. Or so far, anyway. Those are the 1 and 2 standard deviation bands on the VWAP. Funny how this the Globex VWAP is just riding right along that standard deviation for the second standard deviation. No, the first standard deviation band since a little before 10, about a good hour. Boom, here we go. Are we going to actually get an initial balance out of this thing today? We're getting close. We're getting close. No, we were getting close until this got all completely screwed up. What the hell happened here now? What's going on here? There we go. Jesus. Yeah, coming down, coming close. Needless to say, high below price. Now here is a clean way to look at today's trade so far in the RTH. What is it? Well, it's about as balanced as you're going to get with this big kurtosis up here to the top. And look how close we got to the IB high, but didn't get there. Well, that's why it's the IB high, because it was put in right over here. Assuming that we will come down and take the initial balance low, I would be hard pressed to take a continuation based on the profile. The idea of those two different trades is the IB failure is a mean reversion, and that's what would happen. Is it would price would come in, take out the initial balance, come up to the pullback zone, down to the trigger, and then pull back, mean reversion, IB failure, IBF. The other way around is IB, continuation zone, trigger, IB continuation. I'd be pretty hard pressed. I would feel like I was going against context because we are essentially in a rotational day, balanced day. I'm going to think about that. Now, nothing's happened so far, and maybe it won't, because I typically step away around anywhere between now and up to 12 for that terrible period in the middle of the day. Before all of this vetting of the strategies and everything, when I was just trading with discretion only, I had error codes for things, fat finger error or whatever else. One of my error codes was a breakout, because in my analysis of my thinking at those times, that was a breakout was essentially FOMO for me. So, but it is, in the case of this IB continuation trade, when we're down here like this, it is a breakout. That's the whole idea. So that's been a hard thing for me to get my head around. And again, I'm not saying that that's any problem I've got to deal with right now, but I'm just thinking ahead, thinking out loud. Remember, the stream is my virtual trading journal, so the only way that my thinking gets into the recording is this voiceover or narration or incessant babbling. Whatever you want, whatever point of view you take. One of these days, I'm going to set up a separate OBS scene with both monitors captured on the one signal. I think I can do that. I'm not sure that I can, but I think so. I don't think it will work at all because they're these two monitors are the lower ones here, my main trading ones on this setup, on this rack anyway, are 32-inch 4K. So that would be, I think, too big for good, viewing quality on YouTube. Which reminds me, I wonder what is the quality over here now, actually? Well, see, the quality that I'm watching on the stream is only 720 60p. Now, I stream 1440p, so if you were, it's not crystal clear and extra sharp on your side, you can always up it. Take it to the next level. I don't know that the two upper monitors on this rack are 17-inch or whatever, 19 or 20 something inch, whatever they are. High def HPs, but the lower are 30, are definitely 30. 27. Okay. 27. And the lower two are my main trading monitors. Are the 32 4Ks. That would also be kind of scary because that IB is right down there at the second standard deviation. Oh no, yeah, that's right, second standard deviation. I don't know. I'm just, I don't know what to do. Essentially, if you've gone to the troubles, or so the conventional wisdom is that if you've gone to the trouble of vetting a trade, vetting a setup, whatever it is, then vetting a setup, then you are shooting yourself in the foot if you ever apply discretion. You should take every setup that presents itself. Otherwise, you wasted your time vetting the setup. But I can't help thinking that that. Download some data here.
Had to redo the data there, re-download. Usually I, throw this in around the close and probably will again, but you need to remember that the most critical piece of equipment in your trading office is sitting on your side of the monitor. And, all the time and money and effort we spend on refresh rate and monitor this and something else, rack that, and software and strategies and indicators and what. Think about it for a minute. If your eyes take in all that data and process it, and your brain makes decisions about it, which affects you and your family financially. So that is without a doubt the most critical and / weakest link in the chain. So you need to be real conscious of the fact that you're hydrated and rested, and you're on emotional tilt, throw your mouse out the window, and and the point of that, what brought that to my mind was, eyes are hurting me here, and we spend so many hours focused on these screens, which is bad light and short focus muscles in constant tension. So it's real important to get out and get some natural light, focus down the street or into the neighbor's backyard or wherever it is you look, where you get some sort of a soft focus in your eyes, and do that every hour or two. That's real important. And that's what I'm going to do here in a minute. I'm not seeing anything going on now, and if they throw something in at the noon hour, well, I guess I missed it. Music's running, and you guys are in charge of making money, so let's go. I could have swore they were going to take it while I was in the shower, but I'm going to. Yeah, thanks a lot, Anton. I'm going to put some stuff in my eyes now and take a stroll down the street and back. I'll touch base with you shortly.
Thank you.
Well, there they go. An IB. And there's an A signal, so that's pretty much right. And next we'll be looking for a B.
Hey, the IB low is taken.
Well, and there we have a B now. So we're going to get a trigger? I don't know. Hard for me to see this candle and this thing won't work.
Hey, the IB low is taken.
And it's running off without me. Well, the IB stat is taken. That's pretty official. There's a B out and no trigger yet. And now we have a 3-bar reversal coming off the bottom, which is not making me all comfortable. Haven't taken it out yet, though. Well, we still have the previous close and some statistics below us, I guess. That's a little bit of consolation, but it's not making the kind of moves I would want to see for this type of trade. What would need to happen for the signal is for this to come back up to the trigger area. That would signal a IB continuation. But we're right on the second standard deviation now. That's pretty disappointing. And I don't like this consolidation down here. So the initial balance is just the high and low of the first 30 minutes. And the statistic is quite substantial because it's the most probable statistic that we take in any open type. If you notice over here, it's the top statistic in every opening type. Today it's a 97.3% probability that we'll take this IB high or low out at some point in the RTH session between 0930 Central Standard Time and 1600, and we've just done it. That's different than the statistic that I use here. I mean, essentially that's it, but I have a little more of a qualifying factor in that the previous bar needs to be going in the same direction. In the case of the IB low, the open needs to be above the close, which it is. And now we have not gotten up to a trigger, so here we sit. And they're moving away from it. And it's going the wrong way. All right, well, I'm going to go on the side again and get back on the walk. Actually, this put some of those drops in and then go walking. Not comfortable. I am not at all a big fan of trading at 12 to 1 area. Ooh, how low can we go? Well, what? Oh. Wow. What's going on everywhere now? I got different stuff pinging and going off and phones doing stuff, and what the hell? Is the world coming to an end or something? I wish it'd hurry up if it is. Well, looks like they're going to go right out the bottom, doesn't it? Yeah, it's pretty crazy here. Harry made some comment. I use the largest rotation he's ever taken. I think he's been riding this thing since the high. With this, I don't know. I haven't been reading it, but it pinged me. Wow. I really find out what was going on with my phone here. I was making all kinds of racket pinging and whatever else. Let's see. Yeah, I remember very well you were talking about 63.95. Absolutely. And I hope yeah, very definitely. Well, here comes the overnight volume point of control finally at long last. Well, he's busy. Really isn't a lot. Tom B trades, is that really him? Tom B trades, is that actually Tom? That's a problem. Well, I don't know. Let me look and see. Busy getting a whole bunch of email or a bunch of pinging from Tom here in the from the TLab. Kind of surprising. Hold on. Let's see now. Where am I? What am I doing? Okay. Well, I don't want to screw up everybody here. Oh, I know. Yeah, this thing seems to be in my, not really, I haven't rolled back to the ETH chart, but looking at the numbers here on the top of this thing. $64, $63.5. Is that what you said? Yeah. I don't know why it's over here. Other than I don't know. And now I have to look and see. Because that's a bummer. I'm about ready to shut all these levels off and just keep them into my inside here. Let's see here. $63.84, half right there. This is where that's pushing from, $63.84, half. And that's exactly what that number says. I think. Pretty close. 63.84 the flag shows. I guess I'll have to reload the data. You see what I'm looking at here on my screen? And then over here, I'm not real sure what's going on. Close, 63.98. Yeah. Oh. Now this table hasn't updated since this morning. Let me start this whole thing up again and see what it says. Open chart. Yeah. I'm sick of this shit, to be honest with you. Man. Wait for this to get through, and then I'm going to switch this chart back to the full session and see what it says for that. Same story. Oh. This will break everybody's brain in the TLab, I guess. So this is the overnight, and there is the POC developing and otherwise right there. At 63.84. So I don't know. I'm stumped. I don't know. What do you have again? 64, 63, 75. Holy. That's way up there. Oh, I know what it is. Look here. Whoop. Look over here. You see what happened right at the open? Right up here to where your stuff is, or very close to it. I'm guessing that's got to do with when it switched over, I guess. At the last second there, I guess. In other words, when the open was recorded by whichever platform, it looks, maybe. I don't know. This is kind of a real flimsy answer, but you know what I mean. That seems to be maybe it. Yeah. There you go. I haven't used CQG data in a long time. But that's that's a pretty big difference, you know. 20 handle, I mean 40 handles, or more or less. That's a big deal. I mean, that's quite a big difference, I guess. Yeah, well, I just use Rhythmic because that's what's provided to me by AMP. You can have these two programs here, or these two programs that share the data are just using plugin mode, and that comes from Rhythmic. Now, I assume that CQG's got a similar functionality, but I have no idea. So I don't really know anything about that. Yeah, I would suppose they do. I didn't check because I don't know why. I guess I was already set up with Rhythmic and just figured, when in Rome. Don't know why, actually. I never even thought about it, to be honest with you. Back in the day, CQG used to be astronomically expensive. I guess they aren't anymore, but I remember when I first started trading, a CQG data hookup was like $800 a month for live data. I have no clue anymore. Look at them go. Well, we've got a open MCVPOC at 6311. That's a ways down there, but boy, do I wish I'd have just taken a short at any place, eh? Interesting dialogue going. Interesting flurry of stuff going around up here. Look at them go. Overnight low. Taking those stats out like little soldiers, huh? Boom, boom, boom. Whatever the whatever the stats are, wherever they really are on the chart is getting them all. That really sucks. I don't like that. First of all, I am really disappointed, or I really don't like, and let me start over. I do this session prices thing and have pushed it and provided it to anybody that wants them, including the TLab people and Static, wherever, for a long time, trying to help, right? Trying to be helpful. And the last thing on the planet I want to do is be pushing out the wrong crap. So, yeah, I'll have to think about it, I guess. Yeah, well, me too. I mean, I don't know any other except for Sierra Chart, and once upon a time for a little while with CQG, I don't think I've used any other data sources besides Rhythmic, and I'm just used to that Rhythmic, whatever it's called, ArtTrader Pro, that's got the thing where you can do, add-ins or whatever they're called. You know what I mean? Which is how they connect, which is how both Bookmap and IRT and Jigsaw or whoever else I want to start up connect. And also, that's the same data feed I always used, that was always provided for me with TopStep, actually. And I guess a lot of that's because of Rhythmic, Bookmap. I don't know. I have no idea. If you didn't figure that out, I don't know. I don't have any data lagging at all on Bookmap. The only place I have lag is with Rhythmic. What's it called? IRT. And that's because of IRT. There's actually even a article on over there in their help thing that Chad had done some time ago with Run a Lean IRT, it's called, or something like that, talking about how the data has exponentially increased on in the trading in the futures world, and that there were going to be times with all that data coming down the pipe when IRT wouldn't be able to do all those calculations fast enough and was going to choke. And it's obviously what's happening. And of course, the difference between my book map and my IRT is meaningless because it's all IRT data, right? It's being pushed. So there's no way to look at that. Haven't quite got that low yet. I guess the overnight low, you have it down here at the 60. That'd be another one, maybe. I see that we had some stuff with IDF, and Miss Levitt was giving a briefing and a bunch of wonderful stuff. I wonder if it matters, I wonder if these guys think it matters that Trump says we're going to not bomb him anything, and they have time to think about this until the 6th of April, and then Israel goes over there and bombs the shit out of Tehran. I don't get it. It's like, really? Pretty freaking weird. Wow. Just, Yeah, I'm afraid you're right. Well, there you go. Overnight low, I guess. On my thing, anyway. Well, good. At least something's working. I think I was on mute because I'm busy here munching handfuls of arugula, but I took out every stat I've got except the overnight high on that Trump bump. Had that not happened, it would have got them all, of course. Okay, well, I don't know what to say about this other than what a day. What a day to have just thrown on a short and got out of the way, going back to bed. Jesus, I think that's pretty much what Harry did. He got short up here someplace. He made a comment over there that it's the largest rotation he's ever captured. I think he just trailed it all the way down to here somewhere. That would be lovely. All right, so let's see now. A lot of crazy stuff going on here. Here we are. Here's the day. There's Blue Boy. This is what's happened right there. If it weren't for the Trump bump right up here, which is only about 500 contracts, if you look at this over here, we would have taken out every statistic from the top to the bottom that I have. I didn't expect us to have an up day. This is about where, when I came into the office this morning here, this is about where we were trading in the overnight, right about here. So And let me see if I'm wrong. I don't see the overnight low around here anywhere. I see the overnight high. Let's look over here. Oh yeah, there's the overnight low. The overnight low is right down in here under the current low. So there we are. According to what I had. And then the Trump thing happened and up it went. So, or he, you know, came out with this Trump bump. Pretty crazy stuff here. No trades that I can, oh wow, what am I doing? Wrong screen. Here we go. So here's the overnight low. Basically right on top of it. And that's just about where we were trading when I walked in the office this morning. And then boop, for the Trump, and culminating in the Trump bump over there. I'm not meaning anything by that other than what it is, right? This is backed on the RTH sessions only again. So, you know, here's our day. It's pretty obviously one-way streets here. Quite a lot of consolidation, though, if you want to stop and be honest about it, from little before 9 all the way through 11:30, 12, and then it took off. Volume has stayed right around 75% average, and this is based on 20 days. And our, you know, ATR has been all over the map, which is normal, usually. But now what do we got? What else is going on here? Let's see what's happening over here. Well, the news, investing.com, free, and you can filter it for whatever you want. Let's see what tomorrow's got to bring. This week actually is more important, and I want to point out something here. PMIs, jolts, non-farm. This is the one that's really right there. Now, this is remaining on the schedule. And like I said before, this is Friday, which is a holiday. However, the CME is going to open pre-market or ETH trade at 1700 on Thursday night and close it, I believe it's at 8:30, which would be the RTH Open for the holiday the next morning. So it looks to me like they're planning to put out these numbers anyway, even though it's a holiday, which I find real strange. I don't know what to say about that. But I double checked that Friday's a holiday. It's Easter, Good Friday. But I'm seeing these things down here. Now, I don't know if they would put them out, whether it's a holiday or not. I kind of wonder about that. But, you know, S&P, PMI, and non-farm, and all of this stuff, I find bizarre, actually. So we'll have to see how the week unravels here. But tomorrow is going to have quite a few Chicago PMI and jolts. So there's a lot of stuff coming out in that will have some impact on our auction. this week. And it's a short week, so you need to take that into consideration also. The other source that I use here is something about the investing.com if you don't know. Notice how the event title turns into a URL when you hover over it. So if you don't know what the Canadian GTP is all about, you can click that link and they'll tell you. And I'll be honest with you now, I haven't done that down here. So maybe I ought to just eat my own dog food and see what this says. Bureau of Labor Statistics. This is just, Trump fired the guy that had been there for years and put in a young fella from the White House. And here are the recent on-farm releases. You can see about, I think it was August where the guy got, where he was fired. I don't remember. It doesn't say anything about it being a holiday or anything else, so I'm not sure what to expect. But unless I'm, delusional completely, I am pretty positive that there's a special rule about non-farm payroll. If it were on a Friday or a holiday, that they have a way of adjusting it to the following week or the day before. I forget exactly how that goes, but yeah, there's that. Anyway, the other news source that I use is Financial Juice, which is free and you can filter it. Typically, the reason I appreciate Financial Juice is they pull these non-typical economic events into the calendar so that we can have some sort of a heads up as to risk management, because after all, what we really are today is risk managers, not necessarily traders. Your primary objective is to preserve your account, and the way you do that is manage risk. You can't manage risk or make a risk mitigation plan if you don't know risk is coming. So that's why these things are good to know in advance. Let's see what this says for Friday, if it says anything. March 31. It's got non-farm payroll in here also, and it's got not all of the ones that are on the other side, but I don't get it. I'm surprised, actually. And I surprise you. And in a little bit here at 1450, we'll have the right side over here is a squawk box type thing. So in a little bit, we'll have the market on close and balance up here. Weird. I'm puzzled by that whole non-farm payroll story. I may actually Google it and report back. So, yeah, that's pretty much it. Interesting day. It's a day I should have interrupted, actually. Now, I'm trying to stick firm to my vetted trade story, and I had no vetted trades. But, I'm going to, how's that? So he was right, but he's dead right, or something like that. I'll let that go. This retest up here would have been, no, I don't have any. Why would you have shorted that? Why would anybody short that? I don't know. Except they couldn't get any traction off of up here. Why? I don't know. I have no methodology for figuring that out, and I don't know how to code stuff like that, so I'm really suffering about the back testing, which is how you produce a vetted trade, a vetted setup. Okay, 64.31, huh? Well, I have a naked MCVPOC from the 25th of June last year, down here at 63.10-ish, 11 quarter, 63.11 quarter, from here, right there. Yesterday. Now I'll be able to. What I will do this afternoon in the split is I'll start a new micro composite here with high and low volume nodes, and it'll generate a POC, MCV POC, and everything else. So that's the way I do it. That's the way. And that may not be right, and that may, I'm sure everybody's got a different opinion. But I approach this very, very simplistically. First of all, I think I forgot to mention that IRT, if you look at any of the IRT charts in the header here, you can see, besides the chart name, which is meaningless to y'all, instrument, chart type, periodicity, session. These are daily candles. Wherever price overlaps, I pull a volume profile around them and that's what this is my chart called micro composite. And by doing that, I get a micro composite MCV POC and high and low. And these red and green lines, I only generate on on the current profile, and those push automatically to Bookman. And they are over here where you don't see any because that profile is way up above us. Now if I go like this, probably see something here pretty quick. There you go. After tonight, there will be high and low volume nodes along here. And that may be completely wrong, but that's my story and I'm sticking to it. So the way I do, I will be consistent with this. And some people, it's just like gaps, my gap is the previous RTH open or close. High or low, as it compares to the current RTH open. That's how I do gaps. Now, there may be 1,000 different ways, settlement and all kinds of stuff, but I'm trying to keep it simple because I'm just no cowboy from Montana here, so I got to keep things real basic. And that's what we're doing. Now, let's see some naked volume points of control. Have a naked volume point of control, huh? With all this gap crap jumping all over the place. Boom, 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 boom. Oh, I'm showing my screen. There you go. Naked volume points of control. And yeah, we're going to get about 2.5 minutes. We'll have the market on close and balance, and we'll aim this pony for the shed here, for the barn. Now, every day I stream. This stream is live, as you might have guessed, from 8 o'clock in the morning Central Standard Time every trading day. From 8 o'clock in the morning Central Standard Time until 1500. That's the cash market. I do a pre-market, set up the software, do the statistics, all that stuff between 8 and 8:30, and then the open, and away we go. And this is my virtual journal, and I take trades here on Bookmap for my personal account. Not, intended financial advice or trade advice or anything else, but I figure this is the way I do my journal, and hopefully maybe it would help somebody else, you know, look over the shoulder, be entertaining, whatever else. So yeah, 1 minute till the market on close and balance. Let's see what we get today, huh? Been pretty weird lately. Well, boom, nothing, huh? A big zippity frickin' doodah. Doodah hoodah. I don't know what this free access trade volume spikes is all about. I don't think I probably want that. I don't know. Whatever that means. All these things that are popping up over here. Bottom down there. So there we go. Here's our market on close and balance. 316 million sell side. All of them sell side. Nope. Dallas buy side. 337 million NASDAQ fell. 142 million buy side Dow. Mag 7, 51 million. These are real light numbers. To be expected in a holiday week, I believe. And no real... Oh, I don't know what's this whole non-farm story is. I'm going to actually Google that and see what the hell the rule is. I forgot so long ago. And what I'm talking about here is... I don't have it. It was like... it was damn near 7 billion contracts. That just blows my mind. And I can't help laughing about how we're all real sure that they're hunting our stops, you know? Maybe not. Now, one thing to remember about futures trading is it is a zero-sum game. And that means that it's virtually impossible for there to ever be more buyers than sellers or sellers than buyers. Think about it. We trade contracts that has one of each. But there's some implications about that. First of all, how does the market go up or down? Aggression. The market went down because aggressive sellers were coming across the inside market and hitting the bid. Market goes up because aggressive buyers are coming across the inside market and lifting the ask. That's the mechanism of market movement as I know. And the rest of this crap and price action is random. And in reality, the statistical fact about the next trade is it's 50-50. The next tick is, because of what can it do? It's binary. It can only tick up or tick down, period. It can't go sideways or jump up over here and do something. It can only tick up, tick down. So it's a binary event.
But what I think is important about the fact that it is a zero sum is that, remember, all of these little boys and girls that were selling, somebody's on the other side of every one of those trades buying them. And I realize there's hedging, and I realize there's there's usually a continuum of stops and stuff being hit. But think about it on the grand scheme of things. If somebody's selling all this way, meaning it means for every one of the people that sold these contracts, there's somebody on the other side as a buyer. So that they get down here, and that buyer is long inventory at 63.60. Now, if you have a lot of money and you can hold all of that inventory, I couldn't, so I'm assuming it's probably a higher time frame. And then I'm assuming, how is that guy that's got all this inventory going to make money? And I think they're going to just run all the stops of all the boys and girls that are down here. I think that's how I think it works. Very simplified, but something to consider. Also, I think it's important to, my little speech about you're the most important tool or piece of equipment in your trading office, because all of the screens and computers and strategies and all of that stuff are useless unless your eyes can't take that data in and your brain can't process that data to make financial decisions for your family. So you better be on your A game when you walk into these markets, I think. Another reason I think that is because the traders on the other side of most of our trades are the higher time frame. The BlackRock, the Goldmans, those desks. This is just my opinion, okay? So I can assure you that the traders on those desks are some extremely young, healthy, well-educated, super well-paid, phenomenally supported by, a whole other floor somewhere in the building doing code for them, etc., than we are. And their only job when they get into the office is to be, remember when I said it's a zero-sum game for all these people selling? The person on the other side of that thing is buying. Well, every time there's a trade, there is, by definition, somebody loses and somebody wins. I don't like using those losing and winning things, but that's, I don't know another way to explain it. Say it. Sounds like gambling to me, and I don't like to equate what I do to gambling. But anyway, I also don't like the word, everybody uses it, put on a big bet today. That sounds like gambling, and I don't like that. Anyway, so there's a winner and there's a loser. Well, when all those young, educated, well-paid, super funded, super supported traders hit the trading desk, their mission in life is one thing. They don't care who you are, who I am, run stops, get retail. They don't care. Their mission is to be on the winning side of as many trades in that day as they can. So it's really important to be well rested, well hydrated, do your homework, have your freaking head screwed on right when you come into the office. And certainly if you're on financial tilt, you go out and get hammered, you come home and your wife made you sleep in the doghouse. Don't come trading in the morning. You know what I mean? This is just my opinion, so there you go. We're going to have that 1500 now. The stream is I'm going to wind the stream off at 1500 as usual. Back tomorrow at 800 Central Standard Time. And I really appreciate you coming by, dropping in, like, subscribe, send money, shoot up a flare, whatever it is. And that would be great. Definitely contribute into the
All right. Talk to you tomorrow, Anton. Have a good one. Thanks for stopping by and thanks for your contribution. Yeah, I was just getting ready to say, and you know, it's really good. This stream is certainly not my way or the highway. It is what I'm doing now, and I am wide open to suggestion and, oh, this is what I do and it works. I'm all for it, you know, so contribute. And yeah. There you go. And less than a minute now. Drum roll. And I don't see any reason to hold this over. We couldn't get below that RTH low, which is the ETH low from last night. What do I think will happen in that case? Let's just have a quick look at something here. Well, we have a pretty well-defined auction, in my opinion. Typically, if we have just a cut-off flat spot, looks to me like the auction wasn't concluded. You know, it wasn't allowed to come to a natural conclusion. This looks as though it is. So, you know, what I was going to say then was, if we're closing right down on the lows, for example, typically in the ETH, they continue with that auction, but I don't think that's the case today. So it was just a trade 'em day, you know, with a short skew. And there we go. Oh boy, oh boy. I think one of the buttons is clapping or something. Hold on. I hope that's not some obnoxious noise. I can't hear. I don't have a headset on. I have no speakers in here, so I don't hear the music or the heads. I have to put my headset on if I'm going to listen to it. Well, the music didn't duck under it. Anyway, have a great evening. I'll be back at 8 o'clock in the morning, and we'll start this hootenanny all over again. Have a good one.